Well, hello there. Make sure everything's happy here real quick. We'll get started. Figure out what we're going to do today. What we're going to start on anyway. And it looks like we're good to go. So, we had some editor stuff going on. Turn that down a little. Let's run this. Refresh our memory. So we have this. We need to have these be clickable and open this, but only when this is expanded. Otherwise, we need to have that behavior still, which is perfectly kosher. And we also need to put the data in the middle here. Let's do the clickable styling just as like a warm-up, basically, because that should be easy to do, hopefully. We'll need to also populate this one with a couple examples. So let's start with that so that we have something to test with, right? And we did that here. We just created manually. We do have attributes and we have skills. So over here, we have set data list. This is attributes. This is actually temp. Ooh, do not have. It's because I forgot to export it. And that's not happy because skill does not yet implement list item. So we need to fix that real quick. And that is over here. Yes. So we need to define, oops. I think this actually lives already. Yes. It must live over here. There we are, right there. So we'll pull this over now. Because we kind of just chucked everything in here for temporary purposes while we were breaking them apart. And then we just need to implement these exact things. Let's do S, and then this will be high to you as well. That's a skill. Like so. We need to make these internal. Like so. And then the other thing we got to do Oops. Use that and then call these. Scale. And fix our fields. I don't know why you retracted that message. Now, that'll work. And let's see what else we got here. Because that'll break our other placeholder stuff. Okay, that'll be that for now. And if you run this, we have skill DC is going to need connection form is where it lives. It's a message broker. We want templates. No. Internal here. Connection form. It's a string value in the struct literal. Actually internal to here in our skill DC form. Needs to be that. Okay. Now we have some data. I'm just looking at this and thinking that I don't particularly care for the way that collapses. But maybe it's okay. Weird that it changes like that. Oh, it's probably because we're overall wider. Let's take a quick look. Strange word wrapping choice, but it's fine for now. We might think about doing something a little different with that, but it's fine for this second. Let's go ahead, do a quick commit here. And we'll do wire up test skills or temp skills data for UI dev. It's fine. So now that we have these things in there, let's close that for now. We don't need to be in here for now. Don't need to be in here for now, I don't think. Might need that. We should not need that. Tidy up our workspace a little. We shouldn't need this either, I don't think. Okay, so. I like this name still. It's probably okay. I don't know what else to call it just yet. So what we need to do is in this guy. Yeah, it has to be off of this. So we do there. Hovered. Oops. Out there, please. We need to do colors dot scheme dot background, or no, surface container, or is it surface container high? What did we do for? We did this over here already too. Or did we do it? Item tile. We did it in widget. Surface container is what we use there. Okay, so. If we do this, then it should look coherent, hopefully. Not working at all. Oh, because set abilities true dot hoverable. There we go. They do need to be made clickable, and we need to do these guys the same way we've done. What did we do? This. We need to get rid of the abilities that make it look like you should be able to select those in this particular widget. Take a look at in widgets. It'd be in the right here. So in our item tile, we do label field. We do all that, and then in text or description, we do all that. While we're here thinking about it, tidy that up a little bit so that our line lengths aren't absurd. There we go. And when we run this, and it takes forever to rebuild, there we go. Still selectable though. Did I just change this in the wrong place? Label field. Ah, I did. We have to do Is these these are for the containers that they live in for spacing purposes. So we need to do that. Do that. Put you down here. Take you out of there. Okay. We still get a cursor change, but now they're not selectable. And I think this perhaps is the thing that disabled that. Look at our new text here real quick. The actual text widget. Normal cursor, cached cursor display when there's no link being hovered. Here in our init. If we were to look for text headline medium, it doesn't cover that. All of that, just look for cursor anywhere that it's not read only. So we need to set read only to true on these. Like so. And that should get rid of the little bar-y, these do edity type things to me, cursor. Yes, good. Hey, what's up? What does mud mean? Multi-user dungeon. Now, we need to actually on-click them as appropriate, but let's do a quick commit. Make, or rather style the list tiles like a clickable button. Like so. And then I think we're done here for now. Just triple check something here. We're in this mode. Bet you they're still being highlighted, but it gets overwritten, which is fine. Or overridden, rather, by the parent being highlighted. And I think because we on-click them, hopefully we're okay. Let's find out. So when we do this guy, let's just do on-click. Oh my gosh, I cannot spell today. There we go. Actually, let's just do Schnacky bar off of you. That. So you, no Shanky Bar, because I forgot to tell you that you're clickable. That's important. Okay, click tile. We'll wait for that to go away real quick. Over here. Okay, so it does intercept that. Which is going to be a problem. Unless, instead of doing this here, are you mad about nothing? Okay. Up, up, up here. In widget, actually, not in skills and attributes. We know that we're active, so what we do is when we add these guys in, new item tile list, give them the data struct, and we say on click, the event. I didn't copy that. Snaky bar off of us now. We do this if sw dot active, like so. Otherwise, not is that not the correct way? Look this up real quick here. It's not that, it's just that. I believe we need that, but let's test it both ways. So we get our tile clicked, good. Wait for it to clear away real quick. No, didn't. Oh, I broke it. Crash and burn. Would I need to give you that? No. Because it should be this. Because we're already inside the funk. We're not just naively passing up. So, tile clicked, good. We click on the empty space, it swaps still. We click on one of you, then it swaps still. Because it just gets handled up to say, hey, handle a clicky that happened here. Perfect. Now, we have an active handling swapping back and forth. Let's do a quick commit for that. Do you Oh, words. Handle clicking on, oops, on tile items if parent is active. Otherwise, treat it as a click on the parent. And if I spell commit correctly, this will work better. There we go. Now we need to set up our center pane. And right now it's just a placeholder. And I'm thinking that we should do what we can do as a test is we would have to move this. Oh, if we do that, then they won't go in. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Because we already built the parent. So we can put you down here. And instead of just showing a message, what we can do, set text to. Wait, no, it wouldn't be item tile name. It'd be that. We might have to do an update. Find out. So. Yeah, we would have to do an update. See, once we force it by wiggling it, then it does that. No worries. I'll update on you. Like so. Like so, like so, like so. We got a wiggle there, but that's fine. We'll fix that. And if we click on the not selected one over here, we can see that it's not passing that up. So good. Using SDL for this. I'm not familiar with SDL. Okay, so we need to make a widget for this because we want to be able to update that. How do we want to do that? Like OpenGL? I'm using Cogent. So whatever they're using under the hood, I don't know. Probably GL. I'll drop a link in both chats in case somebody else is interested. There we go. So let's do we'll call you item details, let's say. You bet. And we're gonna borrow these. Oh wait, it's in the same package, so we're fine. We don't need to redo the Cogent code gen stuff. We just need to have a type. Let's call you that. Start with a frame like we did over here. We'll give it the init function, which we start with that, and then get that squared away. This is going to be the parent frame. So what we want to do, tell you to grow on the X to fill up space. The max, let's say 80. And then this is a P, which is a pointer to a tree dot plan. Ah, func. Forgot the func. And then add at P. This is the name field. So this is going to need to have want to do a frame? Probably a frame. Because we need a label and a text. This is going to need pointer to a list item so that we can do this. We need a new text. It says name. And I've done that in the wrong order again. This goes on to W. Set text is name. Set read only true. And this is label. We need a styler. Style. We need to just grab our this deal. Turn off all this stuff. And then I don't know if we need to reference this or not. We'll just leave it for a second here. New text field on W. And then set text to dot. I need to dereference. I need to. What's the syntax I need for this? I need to put you all in the paren? Yes. Name. We also want to do an ID. If dot dereference again so that we can call this. This is an interface and things are wonky. But we want it to be a pointer because we want it to be the struct. That way we can change it. It's not empty here except for you do return a string. Yes, okay. Or do we want to always have this? I think we always want to have this. just put this one here. This is this. Do I want to do this? I think. I would have to. I'm just thinking that we're going to repeat this over and over and over and over and over. And wondering if I want to try to pull that out into a custom widget. And if I'm going to do that, I don't know that I want it to be internal to this, to the skills and attributes package. I might want it to be internal to the editor. That way I could use it all over the place. I could do... Let's do that. Label text. I think I can use these because they're... I don't know if I can use these. I might have to pull that out. And that'd be fine too, really. You have a text, and this we do need to do, because it's a new package. We need to grab this, put that up here. We need to pull this into here. Like so. We call init, and then we do just this. It's really, really easy and simple. Hopefully. We do all that. And we also do... this needs to be text init. We set you to read only. And then I can do is not this. I need to go generate real quick though. Here we go. Okay, now. Oops. Need new label text. Perfect. Okay, and then we do W. We can set text to ID, like so. And get rid of that. And I won't need to store that. Up here, we'll need... This is actually also going to be label text. Do I want to call this label text? We can fix that later if we change. I don't want to do like editor widgets or something. And call then, and then it can stay label text. But W still call set text. And this is ID ID dot data struct dot ID, like so. We do what else do we have here? This will need to be our interface is going to need to specify these things, which is fine. Where did I specify? We can fix that in a second. List item interface, okay. This will be, we got ID, we got name, we need description field. And then we'll need help text field. Like so. Here, do a label text, new label text, W, set text to description. I also don't need to call that anymore on that. This is new text field can still be there. Set text to data struct dot description. You down here. Set text to not a parens. Help text. This can be probably want to invite this to be larger. And that means you are a text box, but that now lit lines dot new lines goes into W. No? Alright, that's a where do you live now? I need to look at the docs. They moved it, and now I don't remember. Widgets. Text editor. Text core. New editor. New editor. That goes on to W. Lines. Dot set string to dereference help text. Let's give that test real quick. Make sure that we're on. Oh, wait, no. I lied. We're going to need to create this thing. TypeGen has given us set data struct. Yes. Okay. So over here in Vidget, instead of our temporary placeholder thing, we will do detail pane, new item details off of W. And then we do need this. Make you invisible when you're shrunk. But we also need set data struct to be. And up here we need selected item already have. Selected item needs to be a pointer. That we might have to override this and make our own to make it update. We'll find out. This should now do I want to? No. I want to do this, I'm pretty sure. So that'll get wrapped up into the widget. Now, let's find out if we're on the right track or not. I have... because when we create you, you're nil. Not you. You. So we'll do... Can I just do that? No. I would need to... Can I just do that? Skip all of it if you're nil? So far, so good. Not there, though. Let's take a quick peek at this. Body. Item details. Empty. Because... Can I... call update? Maybe. But also maybe not. Okay. The other thing we can do is actually move this here. But go back to this. Maybe this is better. Don't know if we'll need this or not. Let's take it out for a second and find out if the framework will refresh automatically for us. And if this is the case, we should actually be able to get rid of that completely. Okay, yeah. Still, it does exist. It just, we do need that update. To fire, and then we'll have to fix the styling because this needs to be in direction column. But we get strength. Doesn't change the agility though. Why don't you change? It's because betting, we would need to pull down this and say, we don't have access to these guys. What we could do is do delete children and then recreate them, which should trigger them to update. It does work. Do I want that, or do I want something else? The other thing we can do is we need to store pointers or store references to these widgets, which would be a pointer, and then call update on them whenever we update. I think we just delete the children and rebuild them. There's not that much there. The this, we need to put that in column. And we also need to do similarly to how we did this, over here, we're going to need stuff. Let's do the quick commit here. Things are kind of stacking up, but we need to take care of real quick. Rough in the item details widget. Push that up. This, first and foremost, let's change this. I don't like this name anymore. I want this to actually be called not label text, but editor widgets. Yes, refactor that. Don't mess with my strings. That should be fine. Hey, Misha, how's it going? We'll go generate again real quick. There we go. Okay, that should fix all that up. This, there we go. Okay, yeah. Okay. Then we can do this as text editor widgets dot new label text, please. Thank you. There we go. Gets rid of not the whole thing. This and then all of this. New label text. All of that. And that. That should be fine. Let's also go widget. Yes. We can do this as all one. New label text off of W. Set type. That. Set text to that, which cleans up all of this. Big fan of that. And then we don't have anything else, I don't think. Good. Couple of ups and downs, but my Golang skills had some ups. That's good. Sadly, I have to return to Java tomorrow. The thought already makes me want to crawl under my blanket and just stay there for a month. I mean, it could be worse. It could be JavaScript, right? Boop. That is not what I want. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Rename label text package be more generic. Replace manual table text styling with use of table text widget. Little rubber patty. I need to find a new glue for. It's come off. Okay, so that is that. For the this, we need you to be display grid columns, just not styles, just two, and then we do need this again because we need to tell you to grow on the X. Actually, we just tell you to grow both, and then X dot for max dot X dot PW. Let's call you 30, I think is where we were the other one, and it was pretty much okay. And then styler. That was that style. That's true. I'm already so hyped to type a 50-character Maven command tomorrow, then get a project structure of 8 folders that I don't want, as well as 7 weird files, just so that I can install packages. Yeah, it do be that way. And then if we just tell you to grow, you can fill up the rest of the space, theoretically. I think we're going to regret this. I think we're going to only want you to grow on the X, but let's find out. Because I think it's going to, right now, push everything down. And what we really do want is just the X. Okay, you didn't grow your parent width, which is a problem. Let's take a look. Item details. Okay, so that is what happened. Okay, this grew to a degree. This didn't, because this needs to grow. And this one, I think, if we set to just grow on the X, I think we'll be pretty good, I hope. Yeah, okay, there we go. And because that gets constrained by its parent, everything gets pretty okay. So we just need to do that for the rest of them. And that sort of fixes our question there too. So excellent. So put you, make you all look the same, which is going to be kind of repetitive, but we don't really gain a ton, right? Because nothing else is super generic. Thinking of just undermining my group members' opinions and write my part in C#. Don't even think these smart people would notice for a month or two. Is this for work or for school? I forgot to that. Are you just being slow? I think so. Oh, right. Crap. It's because you are not the same as your friends. I think it's because I need to do this. Yes. Okay. That didn't go as well. And you are also not all lining up. That's right. We had an issue with this too. We had to do we have to specifically set them to not grow but to be a width. Not you. Because we set a max but not a min. So the other things were growing and shoving it around. There we go. Now we just need to fix everything else about it. Why do you... AD, min-max, name field, min-max, description field. Got to give you that. But that wouldn't fix the upper... Oh, it's because I forgot to do... I forgot to put the styler on the parent. You need to be on all of them so that you are in fact grids and all that. Okay, that's much, much better. This, however... Place that over here. Do I need to hard set? Um, I did that. It's not going to fix my Y, but would have to need a border radius that's square like the others. I could also just do this here as well. Label val, label val, label val. It's for university. Java is the only language that we all three have some knowledge in. However, it's especially funny because our code base will consist of 3 languages. One will just write an additional tool with the Electron. The other's primary task will be to write 2 Python scripts. Basically, when the other one works on the Java code base. Oh, group projects. Hey, Yudo, how's it going? Okay, now, why do you all look different? Did I finger a number somewhere? At that. At that. At that. That. And that. I must have. Must have forgotten to change something. Down here, help text, min max, min max. Except for I didn't. Ah, columns. That's better. Still get a wiggle though. I don't like it moves. Ah, because I'm creating something. I think. No. Why do you continue to grow? You also don't update anymore. What did I just break? How did I delete that? Odd. Did I delete it and then just forget to put it back after we tested and decided that it was kosher? Still kind of does a little wiggle, which is weird. But it's better. Um, and I wonder if that's because we only put these in if actually let's put you actually it wouldn't even be that. We'd still want it to okay. We would still want it to exist, right? That's why we hide it instead of just deleting the whole thing. We do here this is not nil. When we get updated, we do that. Which should fix all of that, I hope. We just need to do the same thing here, except for it is name. And this is description. This can just move in completely. It still ends up moving things, which is weird. Here's that we have reached methods that are over 100 lines long. I mean, there's a lot of styling going on here. The wiggle is confusing to me. It's almost like it recalculates the width. If we just grew you, would that still wiggle? Yes is the answer. It's deeply annoying. What if I did that? Oh, that's interesting. You're confused about your parent width. To be honest, I wrote multiple methods that were around 50 to 60 lines long. Somehow it's really hard to write short methods in Golang. I mean, yes and no. Really depends on what you're doing, right? Go does tend to be verbose, but like, that's, they need to be as long as they need to be. And they need to have a reason. If you're going to abstract something, it needs to have a reason to be abstracted. Otherwise, it just becomes hard to read, right? Like this, we made a new label text that does all of our abilities and stuff, which is great. But not every label text wants to be exactly 30% of its parent width. So it doesn't make sense to pull this over, right? We could, give it a set width or whatever function, but what did we really gain by that, right? We lose a couple lines, and then you have to go figure out what set width really does. So, you know. They get to be as long as they need to be to try not to reinvent the wheel, try not to duplicate code where it makes sense not to, and to get the job done, right? Like, that's really where I look to be at. And if that means I'm 100 lines long, then I'm 100 lines long. But they're also broken down. Like, you can take this as a little snippet and understand what it's doing in the context of the greater maker, right? So, what if we don't tell you to grow? What if we just don't worry about that and let the content dictate your size? That's going to break this, but... or maybe it won't. The whole thing still grows, though. Interesting. Why would that be the case? It'd have to be in the widget. When we init you, we tell you to grow. We add this. I bet you it's this. There's probably some kind of rounding error. And if we push you, let's just say, to the edge here, and then swap back and forth, you're still on the edge. You still shove that out. Huh. The other thing it could be... just for fun, We run that. So something is getting saved in this widget. It is this widget that's doing it. We can do this perhaps instead. Actually, let's do this. You're actually not that. You're a lines.lines is what you are. So here we do actually you're not a frame. You're a label text. My mistake. And then can we move this out? To the end of the maker. ID updater. ID value, set text. And then you're a name value, and you're not actually a frame. You are a text field. Same with you. You're going to be a text field. And then we do name value. We pull this down into our master updater here. Do the same here. You're a description value. So do this. And this. And this. Can go away. This gets pulled out. I think Golang's methods just look much bigger than they actually are because of the error handling. That's true, yes. I just looked at a method for reading a TCP header from a connection, put it in a structure, return it. That's now 22 lines long. Yeah. If I subtract error handling comments and empty lines, I end up 7 lines, but looking at what you're writing now, I'd have no idea how to make the method shorter in a non-ugly fashion. Right, and you don't want to omit error handling, right? So... and empty lines are... I prefer empty lines and visual white space just for helping to read things easier. That's just my personal preference. Other people like to keep them all, you could do this and it'd be fine. I find it easier to look at blocks of code myself. Help text value, description. this is going to be that. And then this can come down. We can get rid of that white space for sure. Value. Let's have one value. See if that works better. And then this is no longer a lines, or it already is a lines, I should say. Don't need to specifically reference the lines. There we go. Now, do you still do? Why? Why do you do this? This also gets weird. Huh. I put an empty line every time when error handling ends, so that by itself is probably a lot. I mean, yeah, maybe. I just, speaking of, should be a little more consistent. I just don't find any value at all in arbitrarily constraining a line count for a function. I don't see how that rule really makes sense in anything, right? Some functions just need to be big. Nice work, thanks. Appreciate you. I guess the thing we could do really... is just put that back in. Seems so silly. But whenever the framework remakes itself, if these don't already... or if these do already exist, it causes things to be broken. And that does break them also because those references are no longer valid. Interesting. The other thing we could do, or try doing, is this. And instead of using tree add at, we just put it all into the same frame. I was trying to make it nice to try to work with, you know, but the framework seems to have defied my wishes, which isn't a huge deal. We need to get rid of these subsequent stylers. If we do this, we're out one styler, and then still need that. One cursor, please. Now back to two. And then that. And then we would need to get too many braces somewhere here. I'd like to push my propaganda of no more than 25 lines per line. However, the fact that I said 10 lines last week, as well as looking at what you're writing right now, are really good counter arguments against my propaganda. So I'm going to wait until you write something else and then come back to you on that. Let's do... Can I do that, or can we get away with this now? We have gotten rid of all of those, which is fine. Actually, let's try it with them. I didn't mean to delete them, but that's fine. Wait, no. No, this is still... That's still wired up correctly. We're just missing that for the plan, for the maker. And this will give us the chance to test our theory. Whether or not putting it all... Oop. Well, that broke everything. Why you break? Integer divide by 0. I didn't do any integer division. This is a framework bug. So what happens when you skip primary school? I didn't skip primary school. So it really... Oh, did I forget? No, I did took that out. Deeply, deeply annoying. Okay, well... If it provides us with no value... Then we'll take it out. It just seems so deeply silly to rebuild, to delete them all and recreate them, but it be what it be. And maybe I'm the silly one for thinking that I should be able to do that. It's not set text, it's string. Hey, Among Us says going, hey, Sai, how's it going? It goes alright. Just playing UI games. Oh, I've also forgotten to say if our data struct is nil, we just skip that. Don't do anything at all. And then it only wiggles one time. And doesn't... Well, that's just made it worse. Oh, show. I saw those attribute skills windows filled with stuff. Yeah, just a little test data. While I work out what I want to do with this. Oh, you know why? Because this is the only one. So help text should be there. My other stuff got deleted along the way. Yeah. Yeah. So we need to fix the wiggle, and I also need to come back in here and do the set text again, which is fine. You are the ID. You're the name. You're the description. What are you up to today, Sai? How's the job hunting going? How's all the things? Ooh, well, that didn't. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder if it's deleting this that breaks that, because that was also a divide by zero. Got to be something to do with the way it lays out a grid. Got to be broken in the framework. What does restoring to stash give me? Gets me back to here. But aside from the styling, this was better. Let's run you real quick. You're still stuck. There we go. Now it's below 25 lines. Yeah, but all of my styling is gone. The other thing okay, here, let's try that. Let's think about this. Well, no, because making this as a grid, that just breaks stuff too. We could make two different halves and then just put text in them instead of this guy. But they would probably fall out of alignment. Just waking up right now, no callbacks yet. Yeah. Already applied to most all local places, just waiting for something. Hanging out with my girlfriend past 2 days and I ate too much, so trying to get back to the code grind. Nice. Some days you just gotta chill out and feast, you know? So the other thing, let's try bind. What if we were to bind you to this? This would need to be the address of, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Forgetting how bind works, I think. Value any the widget to the tags. use nose tags. How did I remember if I've actually used this or not? No, I've read about it. Let's go look at the docs. Gear and concepts? You are. Oh, I've done the arguments backwards. That's my problem. We would need to do cut you out. That. Sapped. Can't take the address of that. Okay. This could be problematic. What if we didn't have a pointer? But we have to have a pointer because we want you to modify the parent. That could be problematic for us. And it's because you're an interface. Maybe we need to go reevaluate that choice. That's already done. We can't just call. But this actually, because it's an interface, as long as we pass it a pointer, we should be okay. Which is kind of weird, but it do be that way. But I don't think... Okay, we can't take the address of that. Because this returns a string. It's not the actual... Because this field isn't public. Because it's an interface. Yeah, we wouldn't gain anything from doing that. We need to do... Just roll that back. Leave that alone for a second, because we still have a stash. We would need to effectively have setters on this interface if we want to do it this way. The other alternative is to double all the widgets for this, which we don't really want either. So let's leave that part. Has to be a table in order to make these guys. The correct size. This we would need to say has a fixed size. Otherwise, we'll get a wiggle. Talking about jobs, one of my professor mentioned after the job fair I visited 2 weeks ago that he knows someone at a German company that is in desperate need for more hires because their business is completely booming after a certain president decided they had to bomb the EU with tariffs. It's a cloud provider, so they're primarily searching for, guess what, Golang engineers. Really interesting to me, or for me, but I would have to talk to people. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're going to have to talk to people anyway, so you might as well talk to people. Like, it's better to talk to people and get paid than not. Especially if you, okay, yeah, that's right. This is confused about its width. I forgot about that. Which would go up to the widget level. When we make you, we got header, we got body. Body is set to grow. Which is why we were just growing. We shouldn't even need that, really. Except for doing that. Causes it to wiggle when it appears, which I don't like. I hate wiggly UIs. You should already be set to grow. I guess the other thing we could do is say, but this gets changed when we toggle. I bet you I'm still running into that same bug where if you what was it? This one. Toggling text widget visibility causes parent frame size change. I bet you it's related to this. Bet. And they haven't got back to me on it yet, so I might just be doing something wrong and they just haven't gotten around to telling me what. Um, have to think about this a little bit more. But I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom. That's what I'm going to do. I'll be right back, and then we'll kind of figure out where do we go from here. There we go. Okay. So, what are we going to do about this? We're going to roll this back. You really want to see something? You want to see Metalocalypse mode? Five minutes. Need to get a little more. There we go. Brutal. What are we going to do with this? We're going to stash. Pop the stash back out. And go back to this. This becomes deeply unhappy with me and divides by 0, which is not ideal, to say the least. Even though if we return nil when there's nothing, so it shouldn't be happening when it's nil, so that shouldn't be the issue. The we have to give this a pointer so that we can change this instance. We don't want to copy. Metalocalypse, right? That show went crazy on Adult Swim? Yes. It's been a hot minute, but I think it might still be going. I haven't had cable since it was popular. And now I have like loose hairs in my face, which is why I usually don't wear it down. We need you to grow because we toggle your max. And I wonder if that's not part of where the rounding error happens. We also just hide this, which could be related too. How long is my hair now? That long. I don't know what that is in like actual units of measure. Ahoy hoy, Mr. Ash. How are you? How's your Friday? How's your week? The Maybe the hiding is part of the problem. Let's get rid of that, just for fun. And then we shouldn't need this, except for we will. Because when we create it the first time, it doesn't exist until we set the struct. It's been a hell of a week. I fixed something like 60 bugs this week at work. Well, bugs another miscellany. Call it on-duty week. It's a rotation. Gotcha. As opposed to like a project week. The body item details. Center all here. We don't need to center all here. We do need you to grow. Yep, the way we have it set up, it comes around about once a quarter, so that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not bad. You'd purchase me some nice juicy plane tickets, though. Oh, where are you going? Going to visit parents while my flat is being renovated. Nice. That seems like a good plan, just all in all, right? Not being there for the chaos, see the folks. Solid. What if we only do this? I think we ran into issues with doing this conditionally before, but we'll try it anyway. If I'm active, I do this. Can I get away with that? No, is the answer to that. Hey, Pluck, how's it going? How's your week been? How's Friday? Also a divide by zero. Interesting. Why divide by zero? I wonder if it's got to do with the size. Wonder. I wouldn't need this, though, for one. That might be part of my problem. And actually, this should be here, not out there. Except for it wouldn't. That won't work. That has to be outside. Otherwise, we'd still have that empty body in there. And we don't want that. Week is uneventful. Next is supposed to be full of important events. Well, that's good, right? Hopefully. Previous years, I preferred to visit over winter. Gotcha. Oh, missed a message. The only downside is that it's during July and August, and I dislike heat. Yeah, I feel ya. Back home would be like 35 Celsius most of those days, and a nightmare in any car. Are you going to do a lot of driving? We still get our wiggle. We do that. At least we don't divide by zero anymore. It had to be related to invisibility. Bet. Betcha, betcha. Now, I need to know. 95 Fahrenheit. Gotcha. Right now, here, it's a very car-centric country. I think very much like the US. Yes, we are very car-centric. Gotcha. We have AC in our cars. Mostly. What is today? It's too dang hot. That's what today is. Let's see here. It is 102 Fahrenheit, which is 39 C. And that's the real temp. Let's see. Is there a feels like? Feels like is the same as the actual. Rust dev here. I promise I won't talk about Rust. Well, Ash will be very disappointed if you don't talk about Rust. We also have AC, but those first 10 minutes of getting in and out of cars the whole day is exhausting. Yes. Yes. Unreal Engine dev here. I don't know anything about coding. Don't worry, I'm also a Rust dev, and I talked about Rust plenty. Yes. Already said a lot of things that need to be said. All languages are welcome. I'll just make fun of you a little bit if you're a JavaScript dev. Just a little bit. Out of love. So if that fixes our divide by zero, but not our wiggle where it continuously grows. But we can pretty reasonably fix that by deleting the children whenever we change Really seems like there might be something hanging on in there. Mostly I just go standard library as I recall. Kind of, yeah, I guess. Just blueprint and connections perfect, but bad performance coding better. I've heard people that seemed to know what they were doing say that blueprints are plenty sufficient. JavaScript devs assigning a 5 to a Toyota Yaris. Let's see. Well, I'm not American. We do not get as crazy numbers as you get over there. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, talking to Pluck. Gotcha. Pay for interns is really rare. I also do not even need the money. I would just like to have some guidance, you know. I'm in tech for 2 years now and still no idea what I'm doing. I don't have a subs command, Pluck. I don't know what that's supposed to do. I've only got very basic Nightbot stuff. I'm slowly trying to add things as they become needed and useful. Oh, supposed to show how many subscribers you have. Let me... The answer is 1. Let me jot down a note to make sure I hook that up. Average Golang streamer? I'm not sure what to make of that. Let's go back to our... This is the adding everything to one form method, which is probably fine. We still return. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Pluck. Holy cow. That's so nice of you. That's amazing. I don't even know what to say. Hey, Opti. Seriously, oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Right? A hype train even. I don't even know what to do with a hype train. Okay. That's right. We had to divide by 0 if we deleted the children, but I think, hopefully fixed that. If we delete the children now and rebuild them as the entire grid, so many hype, right? I also haven't set up any... Oh, nope, that still blows things up real good. I still haven't set up any emotes or anything. I need to find, like, reasonably priced ones, or figure out how to make them myself, either way. I've been working on another project. It's top secret. Not really, but it's just not ready yet. We still divide by 0 if I do that. But why? It's in the maker. And our data struct is not nil. Let's test the theory that setting these, or not these, but let's test the theory that it might be related to not having a, oh, that's going to break everything. That it might be related to not having a parent width or something like that. Missed one here. So if we don't set those, do we still blow up? No. Okay, so it's definitely related to that. Something does not know the parent width. This grows. I guess we could just uncomment one and see if it falls over again. No. Okay, here we go. Here's a thought. Let's put everything except for this text editor back. We already know there's one bug in that related to sizing. Aha. Aha. It's related to this. Okay. So. While I remember, let's do that. Except for it fits because of the other things. Which makes me wonder if there's a better way to do a grid. If everybody's going to wind up the same size. That I don't know about either. Just leave the rest of those. I don't think I can do... Look at the docs real quick for the grid. I think that's got to be in styling. Perhaps in styles. But this is new. This is new. Layout page. Bottom up and top down constraints. Bottom up come from the min and max layout. And the size needed by text elements fully display the relevant text. Okay, most of this I do know. We don't really have an actual that we mess with. Size up, bottom up pass. Okay. Getting squirreled. Let's go back to styles. We're looking for grid things, which would be here. Change the gap. Not what I want. Okay, none of that allows me to understand better this. Let's take a look. Columns. Object fit. That seems new. A replaced element can be fit into its containing box. It fill stretches if necessary. Contain. Placed object will resize as large as possible. Scale down. Placed object will size as if fit none or fit contain was specified. Whichever will result in a smaller final size. Okay. I don't know if that's new or if I've just never read this particular section before. Defaults. Zero initial values except for these. Our object fits. Zero is to fill, which makes it stretch if necessary. Okay, yes. Okay. I don't think this is super insightful for what's going on, but do I... I think we just leave this because... And I think I still need to delete the children. I don't really like just letting the text box float like that, but resizing it breaks stuff. So, um, we might have to wait for that to be fixed before we can do anything better with that. Because of that word wrapping issue. Like, you can do lots of text there, and maybe that's just fine. Okay, that's still gross. So yeah, we do need to do the delete whenever it refreshes. Otherwise, we'd have to go change all the things. We're just going to leave that for now. It's not my most favoritist thing in the world, but it is what it is. And then if you do this and there's nothing saved, it goes away. And then you make it grow too. Up until the max. Okay. That's not super kosher. What if you tell you to grow? Will that make you stretch out to the full width you're allowed? No. That doesn't make any sense at all. Look at the docs for the text editor again. Widgets. Text editor. Does not help me. We can also, I guess, try. We've been using text editors because historically it's been difficult to resize text, but we can try it. Because we've updated to the new version. Someone. Oh, yeah? Ah, neighbor. Okay. Let's see here. We still set text to the description. Not description, the help text. And then styler it. We'll do the same thing we did before. Specify it. All right, I'm going to go disappear for today. Hope you have a nice stream. See you tomorrow. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Enjoy your reading. The Y. Let's just say 10 for test purposes. And see if that still breaks everything. Used to be that it would make the text inside of the text box weird places. And I don't know if that's been fixed yet or not. Right, because 10 is very small because this is the internal. It's not the total parent height. Just for sake of make it big, we'll try 40%. We could also try doing EM, which would make it based on the font size. If this works. Yeah, no, that still makes it mostly useless. Like, once you get text in there, it starts to be better, but not completely. Okay. Put that back. And then can we do let's say 4, which should be like 4 lines theoretically, right? Can we do this without blowing up, dividing by 0, and all the other crazy things? It's not quite 4 lines tall, but it's better. Unfortunately, that also Gucci's everything. Still. We would need to perhaps if we did that. No, this breaks because it's not aware. It's confused about its size. Yeah. We could try at the widget level, instead of doing this, we let you grow. But what does it, where did I set that it doesn't get to be this? Oh, this is the body. What are you? You're the header. You just grow. That's fine. Made a mistake here in that that is not the correct place to do this check. This will create this. But if we don't create this, then this immediately becomes a problem. So we would need to well, I guess we do switch on active here. So maybe in the case where there's none, no, then we can't be sure that you exist. Um, you're not that. You are a... What did I call you? Item details. Except we don't need that because we are in the same package. And you're a pointer. But I don't know if this will hook up the references correctly on a toggle. No is the answer. So we would have to do that again, which is fine probably. But the... Yeah, that still pushes out because it has nothing in here, right? How do I want to do this? I would need to add a container for it. We can try that. Just give it a frame. You're in W. And then I would be able to tell you that your min and your max X is parent width. And then we put you inside of that container. And that would still oh, actually, what if you made you that? No. Because you go into... I bet you that's what's happening is you're getting pushed out. Because you all both go into this frame here. Frame is set to grow. Put the header in there. It grows on the X to fill the whole width, which is fine. When we do the toggle. Hmm. Handle event. We do that here. Toggle active. That's what we do. Which just sets the state. Okay. And then calls update our inactive width, which gets defined here at the package level, but shouldn't be. Because nothing else should be using this but this. So it should be in here. Set the max to the inactive width. Parent width, inactive width. If that's the case, can I get away with setting this explicitly? We could probably use the shorthand for it. Would that still toggle? Or would it become confused? I forgot. You're growing as well. We're on the Y place. So the answer is yes, it would still toggle. But we push ourselves out of the frame. Which makes sense because we were allowing Cogent with Grow to fit the two in based on what room it had left when we said, hey, our inactive width is 20%. So I don't think that's really going to help me. Do that though. Why does that push it out? I don't think this is getting us anything. Tell you to grow. That ends up getting pushed off because we've given you a firm value down here. No, I lied. We haven't. I feel like I must be doing something silly. Or widget. Set you to grow. Header, we set you to grow on the X. The body, we tell you to grow both sides. Oh, we've got to bring this back. This is here because it is the body, not the list. And we want to center the list within it when we collapse. If we're active, we limit the max width of this, the list. And then we have our detail pane. Which is item details, which is set to grow. That should consume all the rest of the space. This has to be related to our bug where things disappear and reappear and then respace. Except for in this case, we're just adding them. I wonder if that also reproduces the bug. That's the other thing is this. That's why we're hiding you. I remember that now. Oh, but that's fine because we fixed that. It wasn't related to the divide by zero. We found where it really was. So we can still have that. Not going to fix my wiggle, but it'll fix this. So our form grows on the X. Maybe you need to grow both. And that way we won't push out of bounds when this grows. Because it'll already be a big enough container. And then this, let's just switch this. Oops. So that we're doing a grill with a max. Let's see if that improves things. Kind of. You're still a little wonk. Should also test the line length, but we'll do it in a second here. Oh, you know, I think it's because these guys don't grow normally. To fill the whole thing. What if we didn't tell you to grow? Too many. Go. No, that's this label. Don't mess with that. Just leave it to be itself. And then see where things fall here. You know, mess, that's where. But that doesn't grow anymore there. Okay. So let's put these back. Oh, I wonder if constraining the Y part of the issue too. Could be. Okay. Can we grow on the X without breaking things? I have to get rid of the max. Okay, that also doesn't wiggle. If I just tell y'all to grow, but don't give you a max. You still need a max. You still need a max. We don't want the labels to go crazy. We should give you back your that. Look at where you grew to. This is why. Remember this now. This is why we did the containers and let them grow. And that would still fix my issues. Would we get their wiggle back if we did this? We have that as a wiggle, which is annoying, but not on that. Okay. So you don't know your parent size. Actually, what we could do, we can look at this. Before we click, okay, you exist. You grow on the Y, not the X. Which is not what I told you to do. Right? You grow on both. Meaning you should be consuming all of the space you have available. So why don't you? I would imagine that it might have something to do with the fact that we don't know how big the page is totally. But I would think that the framework should be able to figure that out. I would need to... Instead of this... just growing, I would need to set a max on it. If it still wiggles. Go over here. Spec. Body. Item details. Yeah, it's still not... Still doesn't grow to the max. Unless I need to do... No, because you should be growing completely. So I think this has to stay the way it is. Ultimately. That's just a syntactic change. Otherwise... It all has to be within this guy. Because when we're visible, well, you always exist. But when we're visible, you have a size. Perplexing. But we know there's a bug around invisibility and sizing, so that could be related. But even when you're blank, you should still be the full width. We don't actually need you to be a column, though. What was it? There was something... No, that was alignment. No. Alignment changes when you're in different modes. And it's bitten me before. I was just remembering that. Item details, yeah, you're still not the full width. And then when we click, you get more bigger. And if we did oops. If we did a styler and a holder frame, and we put the invisibility on you instead, I don't think it would matter. I forgot to check. Here, if we inspect and we go look at which 0 body frame 1, which is my detail frame, yeah, it's still not taking up the whole. Put that back since oops, since it doesn't gain us anything. If we were to instead I think we ran into an issue with this, though. We did body because we needed to split them in half. This needed to be a column to put the header and then the next thing. Does it, though? We tell you to grow. We tell you to grow on the X. Yeah, because then they would grow together, right? And if we look at the body, like this is the full width. Well, and actually not actually be full because we have space and we have this thing. We would need to check. So widget 0 and widget 1. Are all within frame 1. Frame 0, rather. Wherein we center y'all. Makes sense. The header grows. If we were to override you, then you would get pushed out. And that would be because widget 0 grows, but it has no min target. Okay, the plot thickens, right? So this will only grow because it doesn't grow to fill completely. Should look like this. Why doesn't it look like that? Set to grow. New window. Let's look. Pretty sure I closed my docs. The concepts, styles. Bottom out comes the Minimax layout styles. Size needed by text elements be fully displayed. Relevant text. What am I using to render graphics? Cogent. There you go. Have a link. Both chats can have it. Top-down constraints come ultimately from the size of the window containing the scene, which content is being displayed, and propagated down from there to all the frame elements in the scene. Frame gets an allocation of space from above and then allocates that space to its children on down the line. Satisfy these constraints. Multiple passes are required as described below. Two key variables in the geometry state: actual, alloc. What if we... Is there a way for me to see that? No is the answer. Seems. Object fill. Placed object will fill the element's entire content box, stretching if necessary. So we need to do that. That wouldn't do anything. Didn't think so, really. Back there. Item details. That wouldn't change anything. Yeah, I didn't think so. Your elements do not align because they absorb all available space, except where it doesn't. Very clearly does not grow to fill all available space. Nor do you, for that matter. What if for funsies we took out the centering stuff, all to auto. You would still wiggle, but that doesn't actually answer my question because if it's not centered to begin with, the layout may make different choices. Yeah, you still don't grow to fill. Completely, because otherwise you should be shoving this over to the corner. And if we were to override you and say that you could not be smaller than 70% of the parent width, there you are, then all of a sudden we would get that. And the same okay. Okay. I don't think that's relevant at all because it should be growing to fill the whole thing. But when we do this, if we tell you that you have a min and a max, will the other thing figure it out? No is the answer. I would need to... apparently Twitch fell over earlier. It's unfortunate. Let's do a minimal repro, because Max should be quite sufficient for that, I would think. Let's do a minimal repro of just the parent frames, right? And see if this is a me problem or if this is a Cogent problem. Because I feel like I'm chasing around things that feel very much frameworky. In here, I need to make a new directory real quick for... And this might just be... related to... They have a bug. Let's double check that too while we're here. We have a bug filed for parent width, but I don't know how else to do this. Parent base sizing can't be unstable. Okay, yes. Size of the widget you're styling can often affect the size of the parent, leading to recursion or instability. Only apply them in size final, some of the growth factors, basically. Okay. I think that's what's happening here. Because... Well, no, because the parents grow the whole way. So maybe not. Maybe it's related, but let's still do some repro. Get this so I can see enough to make sure I'm reproducing things correctly and also see everything else in the entire world. That I don't need to see. You can go over there. Okay. We need to import that. And this is New body, I think. Tidy that, please. There we go. Run main window is that. So we need first pane. Well, actually, technically, I need container. New frame on the body. Styler. Set you to grow. Give you a border. This is grow.set. Thank you. I need to do... No. Oh my gosh. What is the syntax for that? That's because it's border dot width dot set. That. Okay. That's fine. New frame. Not really a half though. You go into container. And then we can do... We can leave that. It's not abilities, I say it's set abilities. True. Clickable. So that we can do that. That. You also in container. You also need a styler. This. We actually set this to true to start with. And we say if it's false, you get to be that big. We do the same thing here. Like so. We do the similar thing. Set abilities. True. Clickable. We need to tell you to grow. Like so. You also. Then we need a border. So that we can just see where you are. And then same deal there. Actually, we can put this up here to kind of keep it with its first pane code on click. Watch how that is on click. That we would do first active toggle that. Ah, right. I would need to put this down here because we need to reference both. I could just put the second active up higher too. It wouldn't matter. And then same deal. Keep it simple for the sake of repro. This should run. It'll take a second to build. Okay. They don't grow. My clicking isn't working either. Because I would need to update. Update. And if for funsies, I do not have this, and I was to run, then you would be fine. Do I need to have it else? Oops, forgot the else. I don't think this is true, but you know. I don't think this is likely to work, but yeah. It becomes confused. Take this out. This out. Let me look at the thing that they had to say the last time I asked questions about this. Well, as they say in Nebraska, I think I'll go to bed now. Do they say that in Nebraska? I'm not sure. Have yourself a wonderful night. Where did I... I figured they say that pretty much everywhere, at least in English-speaking countries. I mean, maybe. But in Nebraska, with all that corn, you know, they could be saying different things. Let's see here. Trying to find this, and I don't remember. It's lost to the... Oh, you know what? Maybe it was... Maybe it was in the issue. Maybe it wasn't Slack. Let's try that. Try checking there. I think it was actually referenced in... Better use grow impossible, right? Okay. pH works pretty reliably. So I could use pH, but... that doesn't address the PW, which seems to be more of a problem, according to that. So... I would need to... Go away, please. If I was to set this instead of this, let's just say, oops, I set it by display pixel, just for the heck of it. Would it give me the same behavior or better? It would give me the same behavior. Deeply interesting. Okay. Deeply frustrating as well. Let me copy this. Because we're going to put it back. Went back too many times. It's all right. Bring that up. Make that bigger just so it's easier to see what's going on. Make sure this is a good size to represent what we're trying to do. Good enough. The other thing I wonder is what happens if we take out the container just for the heck of it. If we just put you in the body, which I don't think is really feasible for us, but for science, you know. We'd have to style the body. Actually, that's interesting. Why did it... Why was that not set to row by default? Maybe it's only the default for a widget. Maybe a body is... Still should be a widget. Okay. Same behavior even without a container. Interesting. And if we switch back, just because we've changed things, we want to make very, very sure, to the best of our ability, yeah, okay. Let's do a boog. We'll call you... So we're on a widget with max x defined conditionally breaks row behavior. The finding a max x. Actually, hang on one sec. Let's also test this and this. And we'll just do this always. What does that do? Oh. Oh, ho, ho. The plot thickens. It's not even when it's conditional. So we can actually get rid of all of this for the sake of our repro. I clicked, or I ran for the journal instead of clicking run. So, broken. And let's also, just to be sure, that there's no weirdness. Oh, I already clicked it. Just being slow. Okay. Guess I forgot to put you. And you into the container. And let's also do I think we'll use the container for the repro just to show that it grows and to eliminate weirdness like this. So we can say, hey, because it seems to lack the default on the body. That's fine. On two widgets, let's redo this completely. When using grow on two widgets, defining a max X on one breaks grow behavior. Defining a max X on, let's see, let's back this up too. If you, let's make extra sure. And we'll leave it commented out for the example. Like so. Perfect. If you place two widgets inside of a parent frame and tell them, let's roll this back. If you have a parent frame that is told to grow on both axes, it will fill the screen as expected. If you place two widgets inside of that parent frame and tell them both to grow, they will both consume 50% of the frame as expected. If you set max X on, you set a max X dimension on one of the frames, the second frame, and let's also, hang on, just occurred to me. If it's the second one, is it still the same? Yes. The other frame will not grow to fill the remainder of the space. This is true regardless of which of the two frames you set the max on. Run example code. Speaking of which, run example code. Observe two widgets sharing the space. Parent frame space. Uncomment one or the other max x. Observe both widgets consuming observe the non-constrained widget still consuming roughly 50% of the space, and the other consuming space up to its max. Both commented. There we go. Platform Linux. Create. Okay. So now that we know for sure that's a bug, what are we going to do to work around it? We're probably going to accept a wiggly UI for now because they're going to fix that, hopefully. Or they're going to tell me you're holding it wrong and here's what you're supposed to do whenever they have time to get to that one. So this gets to stay the way it is there. Let's run this again. This is going to wiggle here, but hopefully they're going to fix that so it won't matter. And it'll be fine. And same here. So we can just push on with this, I think. We can finish these widgets and get them to write data and hook them up to the real data. That's our plan going forward. So what does that mean for this as far as changes go? We've moved that, that's correct. We've kind of messed with you a little bit, but that's fine, whatever. This is also going to just be a bug until they fix that. I think if we just tell that to grow, we might have to look at the size of this guy on the y-axis, or you might also say that that's fine, and then just like add more if you want more. So I think we're actually okay to commit here. Get details form started. We'll just call it that for the commit message. Yeah. Okay. And that is going to take us to the 4 hour mark. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing, and then come back tomorrow at about this time, minus 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of it. Thank you for everybody who came and hung out. We had some great chats today, and we'd love to see some more. Love to see you again. And if not, have a great weekend anyway. Maybe we'll catch you some other time.